Hello. I also forgot to open Fontificator. Hi, everybody. How are you doing tonight? Did you say Konbanwa Keiki desu? Oh, Genki. I was like, good evening, there's cake.
Cake this.
Yo, what's up, Doc? Congrats on getting first. I am doing pretty good. I'm excited to play this game. Check it out. I haven't even fired it up yet, so donde es? There's my controller. I would love for that.
Oh.
Cougar is here. I'm gonna take a crack at doing some of the voices and such. Oh, it is loud. Are they gonna recognize my controller? Oh, there we go. Alright. I like the music. There is... Okay, I can do windowed or full screen. Is there no audio option? Welp. We're gonna lower the audio significantly here. Hopefully that's not too bad. It's still really loud on the capture. Let me know. Is that okay? Does it sound like I'm shouting over them or require? Like, how's the balance? Obviously, I can't. I don't have an audio set up to listen to myself. But I'm good, Doc. How's your evening going? No. Because you're not attaching. Yeah. Because like Peto Des is just it's a pet.
I'm a pet.
Yeah.
What does you want Peto Des?
Nice. Based on past Z-Boyd games, I'm not gonna put it on easy. I'm not gonna necessarily gonna go with challenging or hard. So for anybody that hasn't seen this or has not seen any Z-Boyd games in the past, these are the guys that have done Breath of Death 7, Cthulhu Saves the World, Cosmic Star Heroine, a couple of the Penny Arcade games. I think parts 3 and 4 for the Penny Arcade RPGs. But it might have just been the third one. I don't remember, to be honest with you. Sorry. But yeah, they made some pretty good stuff for pretty good indie studio. I've pretty well enjoyed most of their games. I played Breath of Death 7 and Cthulhu Saves the World way back when they were on the Xbox Live indie games circuit, both of which are available on Steam, by the way. And Cosmic Star Heroine is available like everywhere. So if you have not played any of those, highly recommend. They do some good stuff. Nice pixel work. Nice kind of everything. Their writing, most of their games have a pretty comedic bent to the writing, so... anyway, let's fire it up. We're starting right off with Shakespeare. Dear player, welcome to my game. This way madness lies. I'm Shakespeare. Yes, that's Shakespeare. This game includes lines of dialogue from my plays, as well as dialogue that has been inspired by my writings. I'm aware that much of my writing can be considered difficult to understand by modern audiences. I'm going to say a hard disagree on that myself. But not to fear. My friends at Z-Boy Digital Entertainment LLC have crafted a ye olde English to New English translator. Should a bit of dialogue prove too difficult to read, merely press right on your controller setup to auto-translate the words to New English. You can also press left to go back to the original Old English text, now that you know what it means. Bear in mind that you can only translate appropriate dialogue. Modern dialogue needs no such translation. Allow me to illustrate. All that glitters is not gold. Don't judge a book by its cover. Any questions? No? Good. Good morrow, Yeetus. Welcome to a game. I'm excited to see how this plays. The screenshots and stuff I've been watching, as far as the battles and things go, look really cool. It does get like a kind of Shining Force look to it. Then let us begin our tale, or Golden Sun, if that's your experience. Joy, probably gonna crash for a bit. We'll have a lurk and chat once again. Alright, cool, man. I appreciate you. And enjoy the rest. Thank you very much for the lurk. Let us begin our tale in the quiet city of Verona, Italy. A town for lovers, and giant mutant flower attacks. Yes. I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequence, yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin. Oh shoot, I should have hit the... I'm never gonna get used to portal travel. It makes my stomach sink. This is the best. I love this play, it's just so romantic. Romantic? Romeo and Juliet both die at the end through their own stupidity and rashness. It's twaddle. Twaddle. Well, I like it. Not every play can be exactly as you like it, Rosalind. That is... Come on, guys. People need our help. I guess I heard the distress call from my wand. Something about killer plants. I definitely do not want grass stains. Play soccer, grass stains are easy peasy to fix. They're killer plants. Maybe the grass stains are killer too? Or just make it more fun. Come on, girls, it's time to transform. Stratford upon Avon High Drama Society transform. I will not do a British accent. You okay? Oh, the transformation. We get a transformation sequence. Bottom half is for text. Not currently, but I assume they've probably done all of their cutscenes in the same format, so that it occupies so it's consistent so that the screen real estate is consistent. I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh, I like the menu screen actually. Okay, I can't do anything. I already have a favorite party member. Oh, I can talk to my party. Why did it have to be roses, the one flower I'm allergic to? Could be worse. Remember that time when we went to Elsinore to rescue Hamlet? So many ghosts. I still get the shivers just thinking about it. Their breath was so cold. I would love a fun fact. Peaches are a member of the rose family. Oh. So if you're allergic to peaches, you are likely allergic to roses. Did you spill water on yourself? Okay. Sorry.
So cool.
Oh, here we go. I can mess with... That changed nothing. Oh, there we go. I don't really want to... I don't want to turn the music completely off. I just normally... I kind of wish it had a slider. Walk is the current default. Oh, shit. Well, now I know what the battle assist... Picking battle in the menu does. Okay, so I've got... I don't have an attack. I've got either skill, unite, item. The battle screen looks cool. Scepter smash. Dark damage, inspire, bravery. And I can rest in that recharge. Okay, so this is similar to Cosmic Star Heroine. I don't know what Unite does. Oh, they're like combo attacks? Okay, so if I want to do random battles, I just pick one from the menu, I guess. Okay. I'm just checking the tutorials because it doesn't appear like the game's going to tutorialize to me, which I'm fine with. There's traits. Interesting. I can't mess with them at all, though. Okay, Scepter Smash is reusable, so that's basically your physical attack. Interesting. Okay, what's hyper? When a character reaches their... Okay, they gain a hyper point each turn. Yeah, the music's very nice, actually. This kind of makes me want to fire up Cosmic Star Heroine as well. I can't do anything with my party yet. I also can't go in any of the buildings. I can't get past those. I'm playing this with the Xbox 360 controller. I detect a concentration of chaos energy. Does everyone remember what to do? Hit a home run. If you're hurt, ask me for help. Oh, there's a tutorial. Okay. Hey, listen up, player. We're counting on you to understand this stuff. Okay, most character abilities can be used once and then they're disabled. Yep, you have to defend to recharge your skills. Items are shared by the party. They can be recharged at the start of battle, but cannot be recharged mid-battle. Characters gain a hyper point each turn. You know which girl you'd want to voice? Okay. When a character reaches their max.
Do you?
Yeah, I know. I said okay.
You didn't ask me if I wanted. If I knew.
Yeah.
How would I possibly?
I don't know. Oh.
Oh, never mind. Not ask. Like you have an answer.
Oh, no.
You're asking.
I was asking if you had a preference, which you wouldn't, I guess, at this point.
Have you ever wondered what comes with a name? Oh, and every way outnumbered.
In hyper mode, abilities are enhanced. They may deal more damage, have more targets, or other bonuses. Plan ahead and make sure you have a powerful ability ready to take advantage of hyper mode. Cool, I can do that. Your mom's in hyper mode. I like that you start off with a skill that can hit every character and kills them immediately. Good job, everyone. Keep your eyes peeled for more enemies. Concentrations of Nightmare only trigger battles if you get too close. In some cases, you can carefully avoid confrontation. Not fast enough? Hold the cancel button while moving to run. Yep, or I can set it as default option. Did you get all that, player? We don't want to have to fight everything if we don't have to. Yeah, player. Oh, it's fine. I enjoy the nod at the camera. Yo, hello, Cougar. Boo. Booba. Yeah, she can just wind everything. Zoom. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Okay. I like the translation to modern text is tongue-in-cheek. How would you like to be Bob? Bob's a good name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. If you like the name Romeo so much, I can change my name to Trixie. Shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this? Eavesdropping is fun, but maybe wrong? 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Why can't our parents just get along? Forget my name, this plant is truer foe than mere words. Now's not the time to worry about our parents. Helpest thou me? Help me! Romeo! It's the same. Look out! Alright. Finally doing something with a different character. Yo, what's up, Ninja? Welcome to the Shakespeare Magical Girl RPG. So based on the narrative, we don't really know. What I do know from following the game and the Steam and like the game's Steam page is basically that we're magical girls moving through the worlds of Shakespeare to fight nightmares. Yes, like the giant plant monsters in Romeo and Juliet. Canonically a big part of the story.
Yep.
Was it Act 3?
Rising act.
Rising action. Oh, it actually tells me the weakness. Oh, that's cool. I don't have to like scan them or anything. Whatever, scan's always just a boring waste of a turn anyway. No, you aren't. Shakespeare in Kingdom Hearts. You know what? Not wrong.
Listen.
Yeah, you'd have to like stand up and lean over. Not being on camera, yeah. I don't understand. Why would I not use Unite? Oh. Okay, so she's hyper right now. Thank you for hanging out momentarily. Okay, so the Unite skill appears to change based off of how many people have taken their turn already. That's kind of interesting. Okay, I already know it's weak to fire and ice. Can I skip turns? Okay, that only works on herself.
You can do this.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so I can use the... I'll have to, like, wrap my head around the battle system a little bit more. But we're all level 6 now. Gained a new trait, Energetic. New ability, Breeze. The Red Vine has been defeated. Damn, I love licorice. Smaller red vines around the region have disappeared, allowing access to more areas. Cool. What light from yonder window breaks? Gross. Listen. Licorice is tasty. Could it be the saviors of my dear Romeo? Are you a bad enough dude to... Yes. Alright, games A+. It references the video game with the greatest narrative in the history of the video game medium. Bad dudes. I beseech thee, brave women, defeat the monster before it defeats my love. Here's a quest for you. Kill the monster, save the boy. Leave it to us, girl. We'll have your lover boy back before you know it. Saving the truest love in history, every theater performer's dream. As you gain levels, your characters will learn new abilities and traits. Each character can equip up to 7 abilities at once. Pick and choose a winning combination. Traits boost your stats and give additional benefits. Each character can equip 3 at a time. And adjust which traits and abilities are equipped on each character from the main menu. Okay. So I think she got, yeah. Energetic, let's begin battle with hyper. And boosts all of her stats. Significantly. And nobody else learned anything. Okay. And I want to say somebody else learned a new ability. Viola learned Breeze. Add wind. 5 turns, extra turn. 230% wind. So it boosts... I'm guessing it boosts her wind damage? Some of the descriptions are a little... Like, for example, the one that says, like, unstoppable. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, there we go. If a character has the unstoppable buff, they can survive with negative HP. This is called Desperation Mode. In Desperation Mode, damage is increased by 50%. If a character is still in Desperation Mode at the end of the turn, they get knocked out. Go quickly or go out with a bang. Interesting. Alright, so I'm guessing I have to fight... Okay. Alright, we're finally fighting something that I can't kill in one hit with. Oh, interesting. One of them must have the, she must have a trait that lets her see the scan information. Hold on. Okay. We're learning. Magical. No? Okay, Viola does plus 50% on her first turn. You know, how is she able to... How is she able to scan? I really like the portrait. The music is grade A. I'm actually really liking this music. Okay. Those two are weak to wind. The Venus flytraps are weak to fire. Light, dark, physical. The problem is I don't know what to make of these other stats. I guess I'll just have to figure it out as we go. Yeah. Like right here. I guess I'll try the Inferno Unite, and then... No, she has it too. Imogen learned a new ability, and Paulina gained a new trait. Warm hug duration doubled.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
What's up, mystery? Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to switch those. There we go. Before I change areas, I guess I'll look around a little more. I see a treasure chest there. A single... Yeah, this is an indie RPG. It's from Z-Boyd Games, the guys who did Cosmic Star Heroine and Cthulhu Saves the World. Yeah. I really love... The battle presentation, I think, is maybe my favorite of any of their games so far. Like, by a long shot. Yeah, I was gonna say, Doom and Destiny is a different one. Doom and Destiny was pretty good, though, actually.
Have you ever wondered what comes with a name? Oh, and every way outnumbered
Okay,
was really its
this is where I started.
who we can quantify. We can compromise, but I doubt that it will help. Then we realize
Yeah, Breath of Death 7 was them.
there's hope.
Ooh, a new type of enemy. Enraged Elm. They're still mostly weak to fire. I like that we get, like, there's voice clips in there, too. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Doom and Destiny is like the first thing Jeff streamed back when Justin.tv first rebranded to Twitch. Had a nice fun chat with the devs. That's awesome. I remember having a lot of fun with that when I played it. I don't know if I ever wrote a review for Doom and Destiny. I'll have to check through my notes. But that was a solid title. I remember being like very pleasantly surprised by it. It comes out on the 10th. So I was lucky enough to be gifted a code for this. So this is me doing a little bit of free PR, I guess. Not free PR, you know what I mean. I mean, I'm happy to show it. I hope people check this out. I was planning on getting it anyway. Like, I've bought pretty much all their games up to this point. Played all of them, even the Penny Arcade. I still haven't. I own the Penny Arcade ones. I will confess, I've never played them. But I feel a little bad about. Only a certain number of abilities can be equipped at a time. Characters may also gain special traits from leveling up. Free public relations, yeah. Be sure to equip traits to improve your stats and gain special passive abilities. Yeah, I did that. Weak to fire and wind, weak to fire. So if I hyper everybody, okay, that takes care of the ads. And then I just need to focus on... Okay, that will only heal her every time. Nothing is for free. Yeah. It's true. I mean, true. Can I poison it? I can poison it. Bring it in. Cute. Okay, I'm guessing the percentages mean like 60% means it takes 60% damage from Earth, because I've already seen it use an Earth ability, so yeah. 150% damage from fire and wind. Okay. Yeah. General resistances and vulnerabilities. So I'm gonna try defending with her. Okay, that does use up her contribution towards Unite skills. Okay, so I should recharge her skills. And then there's no reason not to use fire. And that killed him. Okay. Yay! They all level up together, which is kind of interesting. Helena learned a new ability, Bear Attack. Rosalind gained a new trait, Bold. Green vines are gone. Time to see what new paths are open. Ooh, that ups earth damage. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Presentation's great. Okay, damage up with use, max 3. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of, they make no secret of the fact that, like, there's a ton of RPG inspirations. That goes into that, so it wouldn't surprise me. Cosmic Star Heroine used a very similar system of icons for the abilities, which is partially why this feels as comfy to me as it does. Oh, these hit Rose. Okay. I got it. And I'm starting to feel like maybe I should have put it on a higher difficulty. Can I still change the... I can. I remember Cosmic Star Heroine's difficulty was a hard swing on the max difficulty. That wasn't too bad. I do remember seeing a treasure chest. There it is. A bomb. They see a bomb.
Have you ever wondered what comes with a name?
Actually,
Oh, and every way outnumbered. What's
I would,
really
as much as I actually like am enjoying this vocal track.
we can quantify, we can compromise.
I always feel like including a vocal track
Then we realize that
is a risky choice.
there's hope.
They wanted to be Persona 5. I wouldn't say that. This feels very... This feels very much like its own thing. Again, wouldn't surprise me if there's some inspiration there. Indefatigable. What a good word. Ameliorate.
You know my apprehension. This is a fight I never wanted. Oh,
Was it Paulina?
and I don't know where to
That was Viola.
begin.
Go into hyper when desperate. Okay, interesting.
This is a fight I never wanted.
Okay, Paulina has plus to strength and ice. Viola can do good physical damage, actually. I don't know if she has any physical abilities on her though. Oh, yeah. Oh, warm-up is physical. Okay, this enemy looks tough. Are we strong enough? We are if we work together. Unite abilities are powerful moves that can only be used once per battle and cannot be recharged. Okay. Unite abilities start out weak, but the longer the battle progresses, the more powerful they become. Okay, so I was... Gain 10% charge each turn. Maxing out at 100% charge on a character's 10th turn. Yeah, River City Girls has a couple of really good vocal tracks in it too. Like I said, don't take this as me saying like, oh, vocal tracks are a bad idea. God, the River City Girls soundtrack's really good. It's just, it can potentially be a divisive move, because like the one I'm thinking of is the Blue Dragon like boss theme, which if you guys have never heard the boss music for Blue Dragon, I highly encourage you to look that up. It is quite special. It's passionate, I'll say that. I like parts of that track.
Have you ever wondered what comes with a name?
Using a Unite ability when hyper gives it an extra 20% charge beyond the listed amount. It's like you used it turns later. Okay. The extra charge cannot exceed the Unite's ability. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Oh, this thing is a boatload of HP. Okay, so they really want us to get to the point where we'll have to use it. You're at work, but you can listen now. Enjoy. That's all I have to say. I should have just waited and used her fire skill. It only has a 25% resistance to poison, though. There we go. Hit it with the poison. Is it called Eternity? Yeah, I'd be willing to bet it is. Hold on. I'll tell you in a second. I'll know it as soon as I hear it. Yes, that's the one. This is the beginning. Here's where it all gets started. Fear what you learn to love. It's not that bad of a track. I'm being hyperbolic. But it's definitely I can see it being taken different ways. There you go. I see not everybody enjoying it as much. I mean, like I said, I've got feelings about it. Okay. What do I want to do here? May as well attack. She'll have hyper. Next turn. That's nice. I timed the hyper with her fire ability so that I did some good damage. 60% charge on Inferno. All right, I'm getting into the groove here. Oh, I haven't given up on Sudeki. Not by a long shot. Who else is streaming this?
Ice.
Damn. What am I at? 50% charge. Voxandra, VTuber. Curious. Oh, it only has 3 HP. I can just kill. I don't even need to use the. There we go. What the hell? I'll just have her do it. Overkill it in a big way. This would appeal to her. Immediate judgment at the minor league Sailor Moon protagonist. Yep. I'm liking it. I'm digging it so far. Music's good. The battle system is like a nice refinement of what Cosmic Star Heroine did. I would say in a lot of ways. Okay, blue vines are gone. Spiky vine's gone. Let's take it into the end zone. Hell yeah. It does... So far, I would say it does a lot of what previous Zeboid games have done very well. Provide a nice bite-sized RPG that has a lot of humor and like some nice visuals and music. Some beefy HP totals here. Oh, it's because she's hypered. Battle theme's nice. Actually, I hadn't commented about that before, but you have a sizable disdain for disco as game music. Woof. I'm in the polar opposite camp there. It reminds me of that scrapped Saban Sailor Moon Americanized pilot. Did that surface this year? I thought that's been around for a while. Either that or like I'm mixing things up. Yeah, you can hold off on Unite, or you can... I feel like there's also the... burn it early to get the maximum damage out of it. not maximum damage out of it, but like
You can do this.
okay. What's wrong with Italy?
Fight for high win.
I might. I very well may do this in one night. Okay, it's weak to ice and dark damage. Oh, I should have had Imogen use her dark attack. My bad. I do like I've said before, but I like that the lines are voiced. I think that's cool.
Ice.
It does kind of sound like the Persona 5. It does kind of sound like the Persona 5 victory music though a little bit.
You know my apprehension. Here's my part to play.
Seems like a very beginner's RPG. Yeah, I mean it's accessible. I am at the beginning of the game. So, I mean I did just start it. Have you ever played Cosmic Star Heroine? I would say that has a similar, like, it starts off relatively simple. And gains in complexity. And difficulty. Bestows a buff. That lets you survive a fatal blow. Oh, nice. That seems like that would be potentially pretty useful. Okay, not entirely sure where to go here. That's where I started. I'm curious why you don't like disco music in games. Or if that's just kind of a it's my personal preference thing, or if you've got like a reasoned out rationale behind that, Brooks. And it is like both are fine. Like you don't, there's a lot of things I don't like that that's just a matter of personal preference. Oh, this feels like it's gonna be a boss. Hey guys, he's alive. I me bound more than a madman is, shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented, sad hours seem long. Am I rescued yet? I should have been rescued by now. What's taking so long? Feedeth me, Montague, but heed, it must be the sanguine tincture that floweth through thine veins. Feed me, Romeo. Must be blood, must be yours. Feedeth me, Montague, from the time that heavenly orb drowseth, till it awakens once more. Feed me, Romeo, feed me all night long. For it is in the feeding that my vine shall take strength and flourish unto full measure. Because if you feed me, Romeo, I will grow up big and strong. They really did. Like, They didn't need to add the comedic. Is this Little Shop of Horrors? I hope so. Romeo shall not be eaten by a giant plant monster. Not on our watch. Yeah, I bite my thumb at you, plant monster. Huh? It's an Italian insult. Okay. It's also in Romeo and Juliet. Am I the only one who thinks she's cray-cray? Just remember, flesh-eating plant? Ugh, cray-cray. I don't like that term. Oh yeah, let's go. Time to see what I can do. I'm Ingenie Aquamarine? Inguine Aquamarine? This is not a term I'm familiar with. Inguine Amber? Ingenu? Alright, I'm looking this up. I started working with Jesse. He said I'd be good with pretty much whatever you want to do. I said I have 2 demands. No straight up disco, and no Toe Jam and Earl level deep funk. But those are my favorite things. Give me that funk and disco, man. I'm just kidding. An innocent or unsophisticated young woman, especially in a play or film. Ingenue. Interesting. You've already lost. I'm Ingenue Emerald. I'm Ingenue Garnet, and we are the Stratford-upon-Avon High Drama Society. Time for you to take your final bow. Yeah, boss fight time. And I can poison it. Defies analysis. Its name is Rosebud. Of course it's Rosebud. Why isn't it a fucking sled? How do I want to play this? Ooh. It gets a sort of cinematic attack. That's neat. Also not a bad theme. Alright, she can try to poison it. Yes! Alright, cool. Haven't had one of those items fail yet. Okay, it's weak to light and fire, so... if I use... Hold on, she's got 3 slots left. And I want it to be on the 4th one. So if I use Breeze, Warm Up, and then I'll use Spike on the 4th. Audrey 2 is looking a little bit happier, yeah. Okay, I'll cast Raging Fire next turn. And then rest, and then I can hit him with a hypered light attack the following turn. This is one of the things that I did kind of... That's kind of a... It's an interesting element to the battle system. Is staggering your attacks to take advantage... Oh, fuck, I did it wrong. To take advantage of... like, hypered states. So, like, Rosalind, the current one, has like a full hyper bar, which is the 3 dots down there, which means she'll do more damage. Yeah, like that did 700 damage, which is huge. And Imogen's dark attack changes to light when she's hypered, which the boss is weak to. Fucking easy clap. I'm happy to have musicals come up in my streams. I'm all for it. Learned a new ability, Share. And Paulina gained a new trait, Invigorated. Viola has a new ability too. That should do it. With the main plant dead, the rest of the nightmare should soon leave this world. If I profane with my unworthiest hand at this holy shrine, the gentle fine is this. My lips, 2 blessing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss. I'm gonna kiss you. What? Truest love in history, huh? Paulina and Romeo sitting in a tree. Kissing. Is Viola a child? Just curious. At least you traded up. Flattered, but I don't know. You're supposed to love Juliet. That's how the story goes. We'd better get out of here before Juliet realizes her boyfriend's been stolen. And another mission complete. Wish you'd taken me with you. I never get to go on missions. I'd take everyone each time if I knew how. You managed it the first time. That was what, 3 years ago? Alright, now we're getting some backstory. Yo, what's up, Gorgon? First comes love, then comes Chris Hansen. No! The week before we started high school. You all know about all that, so there's no point in reminiscing. Hard to believe we're going to be seniors soon. I'm sure you've already started thinking about what plays we'll do this year. We already have the whole year planned out. We're going to start with A Comedy of Errors, then The Tempest, Much Ado About Nothing, Midsummer Night's Dreams, and end with Cymbeline. What time we did Cymbeline? Finally, I'll get the chance to be a star. Get to be a star in our first grade production. You mean stomach in our salute to the digestive system? You're such a cute little tummy. It doesn't count. Don't forget I'm busy on Tuesdays because of volleyball. Set your mind at ease. I've already taken that into account. What's A Comedy of Errors about? I've never heard of it. 2 sets of twins that get mixed up and then mistaken for each other. One of Shakespeare's earlier comedies, so everyone needs to be extra funny. Why should I have to be better because of the date? She's saying we need to do our best and honor Shakespeare's early comedic work by making everyone laugh. Filing important online stuff. Ah, it's awesome. Glad you got your stuff filed. No, what I was saying is we have to be extra funny to make up for failings in the original material. There's the shade. Just like subtext, exposition is for cowards. True. Finally, my time to shine has arrived. All of them rolling in the aisles. Just stick to the script this time. Fun in that. I would kick you out of the club. Still feels weird to be living alone, but I really wanted to attend Stratford upon Avon High. I wonder what everyone's doing back home. Hi, Mom. She has her phone out. I'm eating my veggies. No, I'm not. Like, I'm currently eating my veggies. No, I'm not staying up too late. Yes, I'm still a magical girl. No, it's not that dangerous. Enough about me. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm a magical girl. It's happening at home. Amazing. Oh, that's too bad. Penguins? How did he even get penguins? Wow, that is an amazing story. I really need to get going. Bye. It was fun to catch up with the family. Don't you agree? Yes, I'm talking to you. Yes, you, in front of the screen. What? How are you enjoying the show so far? Pretty exciting, isn't it? That's gonna grow old fast. I'll have to think of something to call you. Player seems a little too on the nose. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players, after all. What the fuck? What's up, Mindscan? No, player won't do, not at all. I've got it. From now on, you shall be referred to as... No! I thought you were gonna let me name myself.
Silence, Wedge.
The Bardolator. It's a real term, look it up.
I just want to be happy.
Calling you on your bluff. Bardolator. What is a Bardolator? Fine. I'll disconnect from the Wi-Fi because my signal up here is terrible. I found one who idolizes Shakespeare. Deep. It's a thing. I'm a hardcore fan of the Bard. Am I? You? Do I like Shakespeare? I mean, I like him. Bardolator? Look, I'm not an English major anymore. Knew it. Yeah, I know. The options are yes, of course, and I. I do like Hamlet. I am less familiar with all of Shakespeare's other work. Which is funny because I've seen several productions live. Damn it, what is the name of the... What's the name of the troupe here? That'll come to me in a minute. Bardolator? Bardolator? I know we're going to become great friends, you and I. Denzel Washington in Hamlet? Which version of Hamlet is that? There's a David Tennant did one a few years back that's pretty good. I enjoyed that. Sit down, everyone. Your regular teacher, Mrs. Lofgren, was bitten by a pygmy hedgehog, so I, Miss Marlowe, will be filling in. My specialty is social studies, but how hard can English literature be? It's not that hard. I see you've been studying the Shakespeare play, A Winter's Tale. That's the only thing they study here. Can anyone tell me what country King Leontes rules over? Beatrice, how about you? There's one that is Bill Murray as Polonius. I'm curious. And now I'm gonna be like looking up different Hamlet 2000. Was there God, I'm trying to remember the film version I grew up watching. Favorite Shakespeare story was The Lion King. He's the king of Sicilia, miss. That's correct. Sicilia, also known as Sicily, is a wonderful place in the Mediterranean. Remember the David Tennant one because he used a particular real skull on stage? I did not know that. Or maybe don't recall that. Oh, I know it's a joke. I was in Sicily on the beach instead of filling in for a lazy, no good excuse for... I mean, let's go on to the next question. Miranda, please explain the relationship between Leontes and... Fuck me on these names. Polixenes. Well... Hamlet 96 has Robin Williams in it. As York. Miranda looks desperately at Imogen for help. Imogen looks desperately at the Bardolator. Osric. Fuck me, I don't know. They were cousins. They were cousins! No need to shout, especially when you're wrong. They were childhood friends. The nature of the friendship is emphasized at the beginning of the play. This is how we understand how hard the completely imaginary betrayal is for Leontes. Just like the betrayal at being forced to substitute for a friend who doesn't take your feelings into account. Move on. Last question. When Leontes becomes jealous, he jumps to what conclusion? Imogen? Yeah, I joked about this on the Discord, but expect any of the, like, particularly heady reference, basically all references, because I was about to qualify that, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna miss out on, like, 90% of references. He thought his wife Hermione was having an affair with his boyhood friend Polixenes. Even thinking that would have been completely devastating for the king. Except, of course, that nothing of the sort actually happens. Ah, Shakespeare, with all his crazy misunderstandings, so different than the bitter realities of life. Let's go on. Miss Marlowe continues to discuss the play with the class until the bell rings. During intermissions, you can chat with other party members and access the main menu. Be sure to equip new traits and abilities on characters you haven't been using recently. Definitely remember to save, you never know what's next. Have you started the script yet? I don't have it memorized yet. I'm so behind. Don't want to let anyone down. I think I can fit another 15 minutes of practice if I take away the rest of my eating time. Yeah, don't do that. Been really into Decathlon lately. This super cool anime about this kid who wants to become the ultimate decathlete. I recommended it to Miranda, but she said there weren't as many magical ninja decapitations as she wanted, implying that it had some magical ninja decapitations. Duh, it's an anime. Christopher Marlowe was a very famous playwright contemporary to Shakespeare. Also one of those who is a popular target for authorship theories. Ah! That's a cute nod, actually. See, this is what I have you guys for. to get the references I won't. The look on Paulina's face when Romeo started flirting with her was worth any amount of roses. Don't look at me! I'm totally not playing Cosmic Star Heroine instead of reading my assignment. Why would you think that? I want to borrow a pencil. We routinely save worlds, and we still have to handle mountains of homework. It's plain wrong. Sort of stuff is how you get supervillains. Yes. I've not read either one of those. First time in the new drama room. I'll bet this is going to be a great year. Alright. That's right, she got a new ability. Which is a healing ability. Nice. No new ability. Foil, physical damage ×2 versus become trouble. Toil becomes trouble. Very cute. And it does double damage. See, I get that one. Death of a Salesman was depressing. With a name like that, who would have thought? Oh, that's right. She got Meliorate, which is a weak healing spell, but not bad. Unless you're hypered, then it's a very good healing spell. Not tutorials. Let's check traits. Okay, magical gives no special effects, but +10 to everything. This ups her healing. And significantly updates her elements. Nice. Also confusing since the word is ameliorate. I thought classes would never end, especially English class today. I think Miss Marlowe needs to see a therapist. They haven't ended for me. I've cram school today. Seriously? That's the worst. My parents expect me to get into the best university. And that means... I think we got a typo. And that means I need to ace the entrance exam. My parents aren't nearly that strict. I know they just want the best for me. But sometimes it's a lot to live up to. Your cram school is over by my house, isn't it? Want some company on the way there? Of course. It's hard to believe we have all these powers, but nobody here knows about it. Except for you, Bardolator. Bardolator, what are you talking about? It's the name I gave the player. Can't go around calling them the Bardolator. No one will take them seriously. I suppose you have a better suggestion? Actually, I do. I shall be called the Thespian. I guess that is better. Thespian it is. Is my name going to change over the course of this? Repeatedly? Anyway, isn't it for the best that nobody knows about us? Nobody finds out about it because we only fight monsters when we're in the other worlds. Wouldn't it be cool if we got some recognition? We're basically superheroes. You ever read a book or seen a movie? People found out about us, they would stick us in a lab, do creepy experiments. Good point. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe you're right. Of course I am. You hear that? I don't know about you, but I definitely heard something. Let's go check it out. Spooky noise. It's a muck. Monsters here? Okay, let's transform. There was a time when people were... Oh, jeez. It's just the two of us. And the Thespian, don't forget them. The Thespian doesn't count. Those monsters aren't going to eat the Thespian if we fail. No time to get help. We've got to stop them before they hurt someone else. Alright. Only weak to light. Fun. At least we have a somewhat more challenging setup here. Ooh, this is... I might have messed up. Hopefully she doesn't kill Imogen. Damn it. I was just getting ready to say, I hope it doesn't kill Imogen. Ooh. I'm in trouble. I boned that. Boned that up good. I didn't expect her to like take so much damage. Jeez.
You can do this. Here you go.
All right, we're good.
Ice.
We got this. I mean, I did. Yeah. It's a British sitcom based on Shakespeare. Upstart Crow. Interesting. You have my attention. You are, Mister. You are right about that, though. I don't know about the rainbow sherbet part, but yes, I generally favor inclusion. And don't have a whole lot of patience or tolerance for anything otherwise. I think anyone else saw us. More of them? This doesn't look good. Die, foul fiends! It can't be. 2 Imogens. Trust your eyes, for they are not false. What you see is what you get. Peril threatens all the planes of existence. The void approaches, and only you can stop it. Yeah, something bad is coming, and you need to save us. What is it? What's going on? Time is a harsh mistress that takes from us that which we need most. I must bid thee adieu. Later. That was weird. We need to discuss this with everybody else. Oh no, I'm going to be late to class. Please text everyone and let them know what's happened. Right away. Can't believe you saw another Imogen. It was unreal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Kind of freaking out. We looked exactly the same. But she didn't talk like you. You must be from one of the other worlds. Can't wait to meet my doppelganger. Are there more copies? I hope there's one more of me. Of course, Imogen isn't the only one who's also a character in a Shakespeare play. But wouldn't everyone having a doppelganger be more likely than only Imogen having one? An infinite number of monkeys on typewriters typing infinitely would eventually write all of Shakespeare's works. Exactly. Just like what happened in Volume 28 of Infinite Romance when the multiverses merged together. You must have doppelgangers out there too. This is all very interesting, but we need to get to work on our play. Comedy of Errors is going to be a disaster if we all don't focus. Yeah, about that. A Comedy of Errors is so boring. Do you all feel this way? I finally read the play, and it's just the same joke over and over again. Somebody else looks like you, but isn't acting like you. Isn't this funny? Answer, no it's not. It's a classic Shakespeare play. Just because it's a classic doesn't mean it's good. Miranda's right, it's so bad. The production's already been announced, so it's too late to change it. We should make our own adaptation, like a horror version or a sci-fi version. That's a great idea. We could make it take place at a video game company. Comedy of Errors, get it? It could be about coding errors. Baseball has errors. Let's do baseball. What's wrong with you people? But I'll go with whatever the group decides. What do you think, Imogen? Let's let the thespian pick. Baseball! That might work. The thrill of competition plus funny. What more could anyone want? Let's talk. Oh, you've never heard the word thespian? Interesting. We're all learning words tonight. Alright, simmer down, everyone. I can tell from the giggling you've already noticed that I am not your English teacher. Mrs. Lofgren's sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia. What? Oh, nice. Congratulations. Please pronounce this for me. The fuck? You want me to turn off the webcam? Is this a real thing?
That is really quite difficult.
We're gonna look something else up.
Palette.
It's brain freeze.
Oh yeah.
It's a brain freeze. Literally, it's the first thing you get. If you...
I've had this on a in a trivia thing. I knew that. Oh my god.
That's amazing. I'm glad I took the time.
It's impossible to pronounce.
I...
That's what people call it, brain freeze.
If I just hit A, the next character says, "Isn't it just brain freeze?" Damn it.
That's your own fault.
No Rule 34 on stream. What are you talking about? I don't have any Rule 34 on stream. Your brain is a muscle, just like any other, and needs to be treated with the greatest of care. And as someone who had sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia once and didn't take it seriously, and he's dead now. The coroner said cause of death was a traffic accident, but we all know the truth. Conversation's getting out of bounds. I'm Coach Caliban, and while I think this English stuff won't help you one bit after school, let's get into it. I see here you've been studying Twelfth Night. Who is the character of Orsino? Girl with the glasses, what do you got? Me? Yeah, you'll do. What's the answer? Orsino's the Duke of Illyria. Is that right? Let's see. That matches the answer your teacher wrote down here, so good for you. Moving on, Balthazar, your turn. Why does Sir Andrew try to pick a fight with Sebastian? I don't know, Coach. I've been so busy with football practice, I didn't read the assignment. Good on you for having your priorities straight. Anyone? Fuck no, I don't. Why did Sir Andrew try to pick a fight? I know it's not plushie, because why would it be? It could be any of these other three. I love the random quizzes of how well do you know your Shakespeare? I don't fucking know. We'll go with he thought Sebastian was Cesarino. I really want to go with he was dressed weird. More Persona influence? Maybe. I'm gonna go with he was dressed weird. Just goes to show you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Actually, I was right. I was fucking right. Sir Andrew wanted to fight because he thought Sebastian was Cesario. Well, what do you know? It says here in the notes you're right. Better luck next time, whoever gave the wrong answer. Class continues like this. Not much is learned. I should stop by the XOOX, grab some ramen for dinner. Now I can't get the good ending. Damn it. I'll never max out my social links. So many flavors to choose from. What should I get, Thespian? Ramen flavored. I don't know. Dude, mushrooms are great in ramen. But I'm gonna go with what I assume is the closest parallel to my favorite thing. Stupid, spicy. Yeah. Yep, always bet on spicy. Today I learned there's such a thing as too spicy. Incorrect. Imogen, you are wrong. It's been hours and my mouth is still on fire. It doesn't last that long. Well played, little ramen. Well played. The worst I've had to wait out like anything spicy has been like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Viola gave me some protein bars she's trying, but just look at the ingredients. Can't pronounce half of these ingredients. Is this silicon dioxide? Isn't that just sand? Maybe a word for her? This stuff can't be good for you. Yes, because everyone knows if you can't pronounce an ingredient, it's bad for you. It's never bothered me that digestively. I know everyone likes to make the joke about spicy food, fire, like, etc. Haha, the bathroom. But it's literally never been a problem for me. I guess rip everybody else. That's just an experience I can't relate with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your digestive systems, I guess. Wonder how we're gonna do the twins. Well, one actor. Second typo. Will one actor do both? Hey, did you know that sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia actually takes as many lives a year as any breed of Canis lupus? I looked it up. Why are you smiling like that? Is there something I don't know? There is a point where you're gonna run into some difficulty. Okay, I shouldn't say I've never run into it. There's one instance. And it was a challenge. It was a wing challenge that I will say I did pay for the next day. It was one of those, hey, if you can finish these, we'll, you know, these like 16 wings or whatever, we'll take your picture and put you on the wall kind of deals. And we did it. Cougar and I actually did it together. You're gonna have to hunt down that photo now. Good luck. They never put it on the wall. So I'm still actually really salty about that. We've been back to the restaurant twice, and they have a digital camera that the picture is still on because we got the wait staff to get it for us both times and show it to us to like reprove that we did it, but they still never printed out the fucking picture and put it on the wall. Years later. It's a fucking scam. I suffered for that. If it meant getting like $3 grand. I mean, the wings were pretty good. The sauce is way too gritty. Which was my main problem with it. It was more like a paste. It was like a spicy paste. Do we get the feeling someone is watching us and controlling our every move? You mean the thespian? Ooh, are they like a god? Do they weave tapestries of our lives? Can they possess our souls? Do they have long slimy tentacles? They like cookies and cream ice cream? Eh. I do like cookie dough ice cream. That was the sand. Yeah, we're talking about wing paste. Yeah, I love eating paste, dude. It's my favorite. No, I did a spicy wing challenge years back. I was just talking about like the sauces. The sauce that they use is more like a gritty, spicy paste on the wings. At a certain point, it's hard to turn that much pepper into a good sauce. The really crazy stuff doesn't make a good sauce. Yeah, I can see that. Working on my stoniest Miranda. Stop geeking out, look. How is this? Very stony. Yes. Oh, fun. I can swap people out now. I guess I'll stick with the party they gave me. Random... I assume that's supposed to be randomly deals fire damage. Oh, interesting. Dine. Yo! Good luck with the madness. Yo, thank you, Pojo. Good to see you.
Almost like you're working undercover.
Oh, good day. What the hell are you doing down here?
Were you doing Phantasy Star? Fuck yeah. By the way, hi, I'm Nate. Welcome in, Raiders. Let's switch cams real quick. Hello! I am Nate Graves. Welcome to my corner of the internet. I stream games. Today we are doing something pretty cool. A new Zeboyd Games RPG that is due out in 7 days, 1 week, November 10th. They were very kind enough to send me a code. I can play it early, show it off on stream. So that is what we are doing. It is a magical girl Shakespeare RPG. If you've never heard of Zeboyd, they did Cosmic Star Heroine, Breath of Death 7, those kind of games. Pretty fun stuff. And yeah, I also do a lot of like indie, and see some of my retro library behind me here. Play a lot of stuff like that. That's what I do. How was your stream, Dine? How you doing, man? Did Cosmic Star Heroine too. Lando, hello. Also, I assume you were doing a run. How was the run? Did it go well? Run died at the end. Lots of great splits. Good. Glad to hear that. I've been trying to catch some of the runs when I can. I really like Phantasy Star 4. I would like to actually stream a casual playthrough of that at some point. Okay, we'll save real quick and then hopefully we get some action. This has so far been like more, other than the opening part, been like much more visual novel than sort of RPG. Well, I guess it's both. I wish every day was a teacher in service day. Then I could spend more time on the really important things. Manga, video games, and arguing with people on the internet. Me too. Phantasy Star is pretty good. I want to finish 2 and 3. I've got a game of 2 started. But I haven't have not completed it yet. 3 I bounced off of right at the beginning. But I know Eckerd really liked it. Ended up enjoying that quite a bit. Where's Rosalind and Beatrice? It said they needed to study for exams. Boring. A whole day free and they go and waste it on schoolwork. So what are we gonna do? That's right. I don't think we actually planned out anything. Or they just opened a new panda exhibit at the zoo. Let's go to the skate rink. You like roller skating too? It's the best. I love moving quickly and not being able to stop. And this doesn't have anything to do with the new arcade games I just got? Why would you think that? I'm not gonna do the he. Let's just do something. Where do you want to go? Where do I... Oh yeah, also the player is... They're just aware of the player. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Because I want to take a quick break. Not a particularly long one. Yo, Dine, thank you so much. I will let chat decide where we're going. We'll set a 3-minute poll. I'm just gonna refill my water and we will return very shortly. Great. Also, this clip. After all this. Fuck off. Oh. You gotta roll your hit dice to figure out if you hit them at all. And then after that, then you gotta roll damage. I've never seen the Barrett date either. I always end up on a date with Ziva. It's beautiful, isn't it? First off, it bothered me how you looked exactly alike. Two completely different people, but looked exactly the same. Wait. Oh, good day! What the hell are you doing down here? I will absolutely do a Blinks cosplay while playing Blinks 2. I promise that.
Oh, good day. What the hell are you doing down here?
I just have to not play Alundra anymore. Like some... That is A+. That is A+. What are these clips? The fact that I spent several more moments figuring out... Oh, the Alt F4. ...correctly. That was a good one. I think only. All right, let's see. Let's see where we're at. Of course, we're tied. Thank you, Chad. I'm gonna adjust that just a tad. All right, is it panda time? Vetoed. All right. I think Panda has pretty handedly won this. All right, we're going to the zoo. Oh, the monkeys are so cute. One looks just like you, Miranda. Look at me, I'm a monkey. Ee, 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 ee. That's the sound monkeys make, right? Come on, move, tiger. We don't have all day. We've yet to see the pandas. I'm disappointed. I thought we were hitting them first. Leave the tiger alone. It's hot. It's probably tired. If the tiger isn't going to dance for my amusement, what even is the point of this place? Dude, I don't know if I like Viola. I didn't realize polar bears are that big. You wouldn't want to meet a polar bear alone in dark. Why would you find a polar bear? I mean, I wouldn't. Why would you run across a polar bear in a dark alley? Panda enclosures next, yes. I love pandas. It's so cuddly. I'd like to buy your finest panda. Name your price. I'll have my people talk to your people. They're all teenage. I mean, yeah, I know. And teenagers are like Twitch chats. D-tier comedians. I have multiple stuffed polar bears, and I would love to meet them in a dark alley. A good guardian bear. The zoo restaurant is where we are. Come on, say the name. At the Zooteria. Dude, why would you get anything except dino nuggets? You seriously get the dino nuggets? They're super cute. Leave me alone. This is a zoo. They don't even have dinosaurs at this park. How cool would that be? Yeah. Dinosaurs. It says Zoolicious Cafe. But she called it a Zooteria. Listen, just because there aren't dinosaurs does not mean you have an excuse to not get the dino nuggets. You always get dino nuggets when they're available. I'm going hard on that. I think we still have some more time. Did we miss anything? We've been everywhere already. I feel weird. There's a portal. This isn't natural. Our cow's not a dinosaur? Where are we? A subspace pocket intersecting the reality of the local zoo, I'd say. See, manga can be... Yeah, what the fuck? It is not a sex game, Ramen, as far as I know. It's not out yet, so... If we defeat whatever nightmare's in here, will that return us back to reality? Maybe. That is cursed. That is cursed. That is so cursed. Let's hurry. I want to go back and stare at some more pandas. Viola, you look like a panda. Really? Ooh, I want to see. Do you have a mirror? Yeah, we better transform. Oh, are we gonna get a magical panda girl transformation? Yeah, the panda has a realistic face and I hate it.
like one of my Japanese animes.
I do appreciate the commitment to doing the magical girl trend. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. This is maybe the most cursed thing. We get to see a new transformation, though. This must be the source. Let's go. I mean, it's not like I'm choosing it. So as far as it is a panda with a tiara. And its face is still there. Did you spend money on this? No, this was actually gifted as a this was gifted to me early by the devs. Z-Boyd Games. Oh, poison, fuck yeah. Views vowels is vapid. It's a fun tongue twister. Seriously, serpent. Okay, he's weak to wind. Somebody started to play this. Got creeped out by the panda and gave it to me. No, it's fine. Cold blood. Ailment plus. Interesting. Tiarifying. Oh, Pojo. I appreciate it. I like it. I see what you did. I'm here for it. Let's boost everybody's damage. Random Pierce. Interesting new move. To anybody, well, to a lot of you that have never seen this before, it's going to be everybody that hasn't been here since the beginning of stream. The battle system in this is kind of interesting. I can't bear this anymore. You've got different, there's no attack, as you can probably see. It's just skill, unite, and item. Unite are party-wide skills that are only usable once per battle. Skill, all of these are basically one shot unless specified otherwise. And then you have to defend to recharge those skills. And then items work more or less the same way. You don't use items, you just have them as one-shot abilities for that battle, but anybody can use them. So like I'm gonna use Cyclone, which will hit everybody with wind, but the next turn I won't have that same move available to me. I kind of wish I had Rosalind in. Oof, the damage. Does a bear cook his fish with a panda? Man, I have lost all of my just about all of my party-wide damage abilities. I may as well just smash that one. Okay. If I defend... Oh, neither one of them. I gotta remember to use that. She has a damage ability that does double damage against max HP opponents. Yeah, what's up, Kyo? That fucking mess of emotes. Just stopping by to drop. Hey, bestie. Just dropping by to drop a lurk. Host. Can't stay. 100. I have to get ready for Eggplant, my own stream. Starting soon. Can't wait to try this game out tonight. This is such. That's so fucking cursed. Not as cursed as this panda. Thank you for the lurk, man. I appreciate you. I had to get to... I got interrupted by work earlier. Actually need to go back and see if you managed to finish RE4. I hope you did. Hope you smashed it. How's Mahou Shoujo? Pretty good, actually. I would like maybe a little more, I need to defend with her. I don't have an attack move available. Maybe a little more like running around available. That would be nice. Because right now I did like one RPG section where I get to run around and fight things. And currently is like, and then I had about an hour of dialogue. You're surprised you were allowed to finish it. You were getting, yeah, you were getting pretty blasted by the crowd control. I would, at some point I'd like to learn how to set up a crowd control game. I think it seems like a good time. Ooh, alright, now I can spike it, I think. 700 damage. I have not... You know what? That's a great question. I don't know if they're releasing this on any other platforms. I don't know. Are you allowed to list that in your Steam page? Yeah, Zeboid. Yeah, the battle system's very similar to Cosmic Star. It's just... I would say it's much more refined. Yeah, I know, it's so... Alright, she got a new trait. Nice. Yeah, the battle... But... Does Valve have rules? Okay, fair point. Do they? I know they have some. Well, how strictly they're enforced, it's another question. Actually, you know what? I can just check. He'll have it up on his Twitter. Probably. As we totally derail this to pull it up. Beep, beep, beep. Kyo, thank you so much for the subscription, the tier 1 subscription. Welcome to the Nikanoru, my collection of dead things. Enjoy the emotes, my friend. Be sure to spam the Blinks emote as much as possible. Spread the glory of Blinks. Everyone's favorite 3D platformer. Also the front mission emotes. I love that Yun one. Yeah, those 1990s anime waifus. I did not see it listed on what's it called? On Twitter. I don't know, I'll have to check. I'll have to look through, like, if Bill's Twitter has it or somebody else. I feel bad for just not knowing that off the top of my head. I like Panda Viola. I miss Panda Viola already. Yeah, let's go back and watch the elephants. Come on, we only have like 3 more hours left until they close. Yeah, Twitch is already killing itself. I mean, to be fair, so is Twitter. Didn't stop him. I just don't think Musk cares about Twitch. It's the big night. Get pinged for... Oh, that's right. I forgot about you having the Bandcamp link. You pretty much only get a Valve employee looking at your games page when you submit it for the initial review. Yeah, if somebody reports you for something. I hope people love it. Isn't Bezos like not really have anything to do with Amazon anymore? He's just... I don't know, I don't follow any of that shit. They'll love it. Script's great and everyone's acting will be amazing, I know it. He'd likely want YouTube first, yeah, probably. All we're really learning is like who our new overlords are. It's not like any of us can do anything about it. You swap one billionaire for another. What's going on? Stop messing around and play like you normally do. Can't. I've never played baseball in my life. That's absurd. You're our star player. You won all those games for us. That wasn't me. No buts. Now get out there and win the game. I know it's been a rough, team. My evil twin pretended to be the coach and ruined things. But now I'm back and we can still win the game as long as we don't make any errors. That's right, don't make any errors or this whole thing will turn into a comedy. I'll do you proud, coach. Expectations much. Well, too. Everyone loved the play. They're asking for an encore. Plays don't have encores. They don't know that. It's so exciting. My first script. It was a lot of fun. We should do this again sometime. I agree with everything you have to say, Rosalind, because you are best girl. I got another SOS. This time it's from the world of the Winter's Tale. What they need us to do. There's been a murder and it looks supernatural. They want us to investigate and stop whoever or whatever did it. A murder mystery. This is real life, Miranda, not a comic book. It's called hentai, and it's art. The Winter's Tale, Paulina, that's where your namesake's from, right? Yes, and I wonder what the Paulina from the other world is like. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Everyone ready? Other dimensional portal activate. Is everyone okay? No problems here. I made it this time. I only brought 2 other people this time, and I was trying so hard to bring everyone. But one of them is me. Miranda. Me. Everyone's favorite. Reading detective manga doesn't make you an actual detective. Having the badge and magnifying glass from the collector's edition does. Yeah, let's get this over with. If we ask around, we'll find all the clues we need. Everyone knows the first thing you do in a murder case is investigate the crime scene. First-hand witnesses are the most important evidence. No, first-hand investigation. Yeah, we're gonna do both. Stop fighting. I'm not sure what they made it in. I want to say I think they have their own engine for it. I could be wrong. Don't know off the top of my head. I got so excited because I'm actually here and not stuck at the theater. I don't remember seeing a Unity logo at the beginning. Time to transform. Yep, we watch this every time. It is Unity. No, it's not. It's not RPG Maker. C# using an FNA. It'll be whatever. I imagine it's whatever they used at I like Beatrice's purple. She's purple. And that's A+ for me. I got my boomer drink. All right. And she has poison and dark attacks because purple is the color of poison and dark. Tactful and tolerant are her traits. They did Cosmic Star Heroine in Unity. Okay. Oh, I can talk to my party. Case one reminds me of an episode of Magical Mermaid Detective Yumi. How would a mermaid even investigate a murder that took place in a snowy mountain village? She's a mermaid. She's a magical mermaid. Sometimes it feels like you're not even listening. What's that? I'm sorry, I was trying to do something actually important, like crack the case. Alright, we get some actual, like, running around and stuff. I've heard of the Purple Wedding, right? Okay, can't go in the house. But lo, I see a trio of lasses of fine repute approaching the scene of death. Most foul, eager to prove their worth. Why are all these girls named to like 70-year-old women? I'm fairly sure all their names are Shakespeare references. Beatrice as a name is a choice. Yeah, I was gonna... Shakespeare's a nerd. I'm pretty sure people that study Shakespeare are nerds. I thought... Well, nobody knows it. Nobody really knows who he was, I guess. I was gonna say, I get... My brain shut off. Anyway. Ace Detective Miranda's on the case. I'm just gonna keep going. Truly, the bellows of self-determination fill this maid's very soul. I was gonna say, I thought he was like, you know, there's like, oh, is Shakespeare like a party guy? He was a cool dude. But I don't know. Nobody knows. That was a well-formed thought. Good job, Nathan. What on earth are you doing? Deducing truths from the facts presented to me, my dear Beatrice. Call me that. For example, look at this indentation in the ground nearby. Clearly a being of great weight was on the site. The murderer, perhaps. So you think the murderer wasn't human? That makes sense. We wouldn't have been called unless nightmares were involved. I think it was Yeetus that described this earlier as like... Who said this was like Kingdom Hearts Shakespeare? I really like that. And look at these bits of fur lying on the ground nearby. Our villain is a monstrous beast. How exciting. The man whose eye beheld the wicked affair spoke as much. And wasting your time looking around when someone already saw what happened. He's a witness? What are we doing here? Let's go find him. Kingdom Hearts plus Sailor Moon plus Shakespeare, yeah. 'Twas Camillo, the royal cupbearer. Also, anything that's said in, like, oldish English has a, it can switch between. So there's 'Twas Camillo, the royal cupbearer, or it was Camillo, who's a cupbearer, whatever that means. And where can we find this cupbearer? What fool question is that? Where else would a cupbearer be but in the hall of his trade? That is to say, the palace. Go to the palace. Let's go talk to the cupbearer. Yes. Yeah, apparently the was it the trailer I think shows off some Lovecraft stuff. Some ye old ones. Also, yes. I mean, madness does not inherently imply, you know, ancient gods and all that. Thou mustn't botherest me. But in this case, it definitely does. The visage of the noble Antigonus must be finished ere the day is o'er. Ere the day is o'er. I can never read that in a convincing way. Leave me alone so I can finish the statue. I know it's just, like, over, but... It's a letter. My dear Antigonus, please bring me the soothsaying potion as soon as possible. I fear dark events are in store for us all. Soothsaying potion? Must have mistaken that for poison. We must find and speak with this soothsayer. My lady Polina's husband, the noble Antigonus, is dead. Where's Polina now? I know not. When these foul deeds reached awareness, she fled into the night. I don't know. Keep searching. Hast the constabulary sent you to investigate? Such action is needless. Why are you even here? Poison made its acquaintance with Antigonus, and he suffered for the meeting. Poisoned Antigonus. And that scoundrel, Camillo the Cupbearer, is in prison, never to be set free. We don't talk about Camillo. No, no, no. Okay. Can I do... What? Oh. I missed that before. This must be the spilled soothsaying potion the letter was talking about. Memes! Memes control the future. Or something. Okay, we don't know where she is. I gotta just run around. Oh, now I can leave.
It's like one of my Japanese
There's a dude.
enemies.
Southeast of the castle. Okay, it's this building that I already went in. Oh, that was weird. I didn't trigger the... Didn't trigger the warp. Your arrival was your arrival was red on the wind. With Soothsayer, of course I know why you're here. Then you know why we're here. Indeed, fear not for poor Camillo. Accused of murder wrongly, his freedom shall be secured. But Polina, her fate is uncertain. In the Hunter's Lodge to the west, she prepares herself for battle, most deadly. Hurry up and meet with Polina before she gets herself killed. Cabin to the west. Got it. Alright. That's not a cabin. Are you a cabin? Are you my mother? No, it's blocked. Well, I guess we lose. GG everybody, we tried. I can't even talk to this guy again. Oh, there's another path here. It just didn't let me go on that path before. Yo, what's up? Have knowledge of who I am. It is I who called to you. I am Polina. We know who you are. You're our friend. How'd you get here without Imogen's help? This must be the Paulina of this world, but she looks identical to the one in our world. What's going on? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You must be questioned of your fears, yet time is lacking to answer them all. You're confused, I get it, we can't help. We have more important things to do with the The beast that rend my husband asunder fled to a cavern of earth not far hence. Alright, lead the way, we'll deal with any monsters. The path to the bead's abode begins in the west. Go left. Yeah, this is... It's simple, it's straightforward up to this point. So does she have the same abilities? She does. Same equipped traits? She does. Handy. This is surreal. You look the same as our friend, but you're not her. What are your favorite foods? Bartholomew boar and common periwinkle. What? Does our Paulina like that kind of stuff? Never seen her eat snails. Pizza and tacos. That was an interesting visual glitch. Monster incoming. Not the beast, but merely a shadow of its terror. A fir tree made of blades. Okay, just like all the other ones. It is weak to fire. And thankfully I can poison both of them. Okay, rebirth. The new unite skills I have. Cold blood and yin and yang. Party heal. May as well just use bear attack. Oh, it makes everybody okay. One more turn to go. We do decent damage.
Shocking, I know.
Dang it. I forget that their abilities change when they hit, like, hyper mode. One HP. God damn it. Alright, we win. But as well as our own Paulina. With the same moves. Has to be a connection there. There's definitely something. I'm as ignorant as mad as you. Gotta keep looking for the monster, be careful. It's interesting, the doppelgangers don't seem to be malicious. Because the other Imogen we encountered was like, hey, here's a warning. I don't think I have any earth moves. The good news is, doesn't seem like it matters. Stomped him. I don't know why I'd equip an ice item. 420 damage, nice. I'll take it. That's the meme number. It's very funny because it's a number. Okay, cure is going to be for status ailments. Got it. Ooh, cat ears. Well, obviously we have to put that on. Okay, I love the snowmen. Jon Snowman. Game of Thrones is a timely reference. I'm being a little... maybe being a little mean.
Bottoms up.
Okay, she is pure curing and buffs.
Shocking, I know.
And that's the second hyper turn I've wasted. Okay, more new abilities and stuff. Always good. Probably good anyway. Gamgee, hello. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Nick and Nori, my friend. Collection of dead things. And enjoy the emotes. Hope you'll enjoy your time here and stick around for a while to come. Mojo and Caduceus. Ailment plus 50%. Interesting. Next ailment plus 200%. That actually should pair pretty nicely with poison. 80% heal, repeat on hyper. Nice. That seems like just hot cocoa, but better. Alright. Somebody got a new trait. Imogen got a new trait. Share heals all allies when hyper. Plus 15 on everything. So she'll lose a little bit of speed and healing, but better everything else. Yeah, that's worth it. Here to haunt you from your past. I'm fine with that. My past isn't that bad. I can take it. All right. Power everybody up. And then I guess just start smacking away. I guess that one of the oddball things here is boy, that sound effect, man. How I feel about her crunchy audio. Not fortuitous during a Z-Wood game. Bop, bop, bop. She's not hypered yet. I'll give her regen. Yeah, man, I miss him. Shout out to the Xbox Live indie games. A simpler time, a better time. One could say. That did 1,000 damage. Dang. Dang. I see a treasure chest. Hitting everybody with vulnerable, I feel like, is too good of a starter. Is anybody weak to... Oh, the snowman's weak to light. I still don't have any, like, party-wide damage moves, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, I've got party-wide debuffs. Which is not quite the same thing, but not too bad. Oh, don't kill her. I would prefer she not die. That was significantly less damage. What can she do? Cure's not gonna help. I guess just go with simple attacks. I'm kind of surprised that a snow attack does not heal the snowman, but I'll take it. Oh, hell yeah. More combat items. Yes. Where are my items? There we go. It gives me a single additional item. I guess I can't really complain. A reindeer. R-E-I-G-N deer. Up the puns. Oh dear. Yeah, I feel like everybody else's audio samples they're not like the highest quality, but they're not like they're not as crunchy as hers is. At least the battles are getting more, somewhat more difficult. Not significantly. Okay. She has access to no fire abilities. I feel it, yeah, I think this is gonna be another, like... This will be an attrition and healing battle. Liked Cosmic Star enough to buy it on PSN. Not sure how you feel about this game yet. Honestly, I mean, I can say I enjoy it. The battle system is Cosmic Star. So if you like Cosmic Star Heroine, like, that's easy. The rest of it, I don't know how I feel about not having the room to run around between missions, but at the same time, I kind of don't care. Like you're gonna get a you're gonna get a linear experience either way. I didn't realize somebody was almost dead. Yeah, so far I would call this like a linear, just a linear version of Cosmic Star Heroine. Which might sound like I'm dunking on it, but it's, or don't have a high opinion of it, but that's not the truth. That would not be it at all. I think it's just a refinement of that game. Fuck. Cosmic Star Heroine. Like it takes a lot of the same ideas that Cosmic Star Heroine wanted to do, and it's just that, but more.
You can do this.
Yeah, it's not trying to take itself too seriously. It knows it has a silly premise. It's a silly comedy game. And whether that's what you want out of an RPG is obviously going to like vary from person to person. I would not blame anybody for being like, yeah, I'm looking for something that takes itself a little bit more seriously. Oh, I completely agree on the missing the mark thing sometimes. Where it's like, okay, you're going for an older school feel, but you're not quite there. Or they neglect something like really important. Like, that you wouldn't necessarily think is important, like font choice. Not so much in this, but I was watching Proteus not that long ago. Not to be confused with Parodius, but Pro Deus. And that game, honestly, is a pretty cool. Not to keep like bringing up boomer shooters, but that game has a really nice visual style, but the font sucks. Like the font and menus are very, very amateur. Like it's just everything's anti-aliased and super smooth, and you go through all this effort to make these like crunchy, pixelated, 3D modeled graphics, and then you have like super smooth aliased menus and text. Tend to find that often the genre of gameplay wasn't the thing that got you with older established franchises. It was just the world of the characters. Yeah, ultimately, like, it's not. I like good sprite art, but that on its own is not enough to carry me. It'll be enough to get me started. And maybe... it depends. I can't even necessarily say that. Like, if something's pretty enough, I might play through it just to see what else there is. As a dev, you give fonts a little bit of slack, because it's really impossible to find good, unique fonts that have the breadth of characters required. Yeah, again, that's fair. I mean, I especially for smaller developers anyway, like, I'm going to be pretty generous. But I can still feel a certain way about it. I can forgive fonts from anyone, but well, Square Enix has no excuse. Resources are not their problem. I'm curious. Mentioned that the other day on stream, and I wanted to see how bad it was for myself, because it's been ages since I've seen like a tiny font in a game. Like the worst offender I can remember was like back in the day when you were trying to play like PS3 or 360 games on like a standard definition display, and the font for everything was just unreadable. had to jam 3 different fonts together for Street Cleaner, and then you still had to add manual. Yeah.
Oh, sh-
I don't know what doing ailment plus actually does. I don't know if it's just increasing my odds of inflicting that ailment or what. Thought about buying Star Ocean the Divine Force, but still feel burned by Star Ocean 5. The last Star Ocean I played was 3. And I want to come back and play it, but 3 did not grab me. The last Star Ocean that grabbed me was 2. It was also coincidentally the first Star Ocean to grab me. I'm not trying to send Kyo because I know he is here to preach the gospel of Star Ocean.
Like this.
Oh, it's dark now. Right, because... Right. Right. It's so much better than 5. Yeah. I mean, if anybody's kind of convinced me to go back and give the series, like, another shot, honestly, like, the effusiveness with which you... Like, when somebody's really passionate about something, it's kind of hard not to catch a little bit of that. So... And I know, like, it's a pretty basic opinion. I don't... I've yet to talk to anybody that really doesn't like Second Story. Oh, right. Her thing changes to heal. Alright. So if I defend, she should be hyper when her turn comes around and I can do big damage. Send a couple of screenshots. I look forward to seeing it. Hopefully, I don't know if have people done what they did with the Pixel remasters and started patching in better fonts. Is it something where like the community can just fix it? But oh, okay. That is the Console has its upsides and it's got its downsides. Obviously. Yeah, I don't know what is up with Square Enix and like not wanting people to read their games. I'm kind of fine. I'll just defend with her. Yin and Yang will be my big damage move. I think the Japanese fonts are better. I think they. I don't know. I don't know about Star Ocean. That'd be interesting to see if the Japanese fonts are better. But I know in the Pixel remaster games, the Japanese fonts were more readable. But the English, it's just the English font that they chose that was dog shit. Oh, there we go. We got him. He was dead anyway. So far, none of the battles have really posed much in the way of a threat. Like, I've had a couple of deaths, but none of it's been too bad. I'm kind of thinking I need to bump up the difficulty again. By our hands lifted in unison, that poor wretch's murder has been avenged. Yeah, we did it. Power of friendship. Cave gives me the creeps. Let's bail. I have a bad feeling about this. We need to get back to town. Don't know what I had a bad feeling about, because I double tapped A accidentally. I'm not reloading a whole boss fight to read one dialogue box, so... Whoops. Hopefully it wasn't anything too vital. I mean, so far everything's been like fairly basic story-wise. Basic's unfair. It hasn't been especially complex. A bit of a hot take, why do the character models for Star Ocean 6 look so bad? I mean, that's more of, I don't know, personal opinion. I've seen some like video and a couple of trailers, and yeah, I don't know, they didn't send me in any particular direction. Townsfolk pursued by demonic bears, of course. The entire town's under attack. Where one foe fell, a dozen arise. It's a serious trouble. Terrible power at the gates of the palace. If the monster we crushed in the cave has a mate, it can't be happy with us. It's gonna destroy the whole town. The source of the corruption. Okay, fuck yeah, let's go. Do we have any abilities? Do we get anything new? Does not look like it. What about traits? No new traits. Okay. I don't really think I need cat ears. Right now, I don't need to worry about charm. I've been more scared. Based on the pandas we saw previously, absolutely. Yes, I 100% agree. I'll throw the snowball on. Doesn't scream pay retail for Again, I think that's definitely like personal choice. Yeah, it's basically just, hey, do you like the art direction or do you not like the art direction? And that's fine. I mean, you don't have to. Yeah, let's enfeeble these guys. I would like to take less damage, thanks. I need some, like, I really need some better damage dealing abilities. An all stun is good.
Bottoms up.
It's still a full retail game. What, Star Ocean? Star Ocean's a full retail. Let's heal you. Man, some of the I'm paying some painful lessons here. Please don't kill all of my characters. That would be great. All right, I've pretty much. Shit, I knew it. I can't even use rebirth. All right, good talk. I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with, like, just saying, hey, this isn't for me. Like, I'll never, like, dunk on somebody for that, but... Do I have to hit them to, like, finish them off? Dude, why do these guys do so much fucking damage? Please just let me survive long enough to... Thank you. Jon Snowman, yeah. I do at least... I like you get your... I like you get everything back at the end of the... At the end of the fight. So at least as long as you survive and win, you're golden. But man, some of these big fights are asking a lot out of me. Yeah, you get all of your HP back at the end of the fight. So it's basically, which as like an RPG choice is something I always appreciate, because it's basically like, look, we're gonna give you everything you need at the beginning of. Yes, Final Fantasy 13 is one of my favorite examples of that, because it's like, look, we can make every fight as hard as we want. Because you have everything you need. You have all the tools. So go for it.
Bottoms up.
Like if you... Oof. I should have saved that bomb for the snowman. This isn't a survival game. Yes. Yeah, everybody's favorite part of playing an RPG. When you have to menu between fights to, you know, restore your HP, MP, and you know, in order to move forward. I can't shit on that too hard because, like, there is an element of dungeoneering to where it's like, okay, I've got to balance out my item usage. But like in practice, it just normally ends up being very tedious. Oh. That almost killed me. Alright, we should be good now. And to have less problems with not being healed if the game gives you crafting or cooking. I can see that. I'm not... I don't know. I don't even necessarily have a problem with, like, having to spend items and needing to make sure that you are, like, well stocked up enough to make it through a dungeon. Like I said that, but like I'm half joking, you know, it's like there's an element of that I enjoy is the wrong word. Because it's still tedium. You're not worth the full joking. No, I'm like, I'm thinking my way through how I actually feel about dungeoneering. I'm doing it live. Because I do everything live. Except the things I don't. I should have used a warm hug. I could use a warm hug. Alright. Poison. Man, I do not like Miranda. I just don't like her ability skill set. Maybe she gets some better abilities later. But right now, I feel like she kind of sucks. Okay, they take less damage from ice. Because of course they do, but not that much. Still 95% damage. Yeah, 235 is not too bad. Is Alistair sleepy? Being a sleepy boy? He's always little, he's a cat. Alright, we should be near to the point where I can just finish everybody off. $46, that's disappointing. Fuck me. It's the Shakespeare play, written by George R.R. Shakespeare. Yeah, you remember the famous Shakespeare. I bet their int is low. I mean, same though.
Oh.
I know you. You are.
I'm sitting here explaining a joke you already knew.
Nope. When I said same, I meant me. My int is low. I just want to get through this area now. I want party killing moves. Yeah, it's pretty minimal up to this point. I haven't heard. There are some vocal songs, and the characters do yell out their attacks. Which for a small game is, I mean, hey, pretty nice. Yeah, part of it is that I can't hear my audio mix. I don't have any output set up for it, and I mean it changes game to game to game. So I just basically rely on you guys to tell me if the audio mix is way off. Am I raw dogging it with no headphones? Hell yeah. I'm just listening to this out of my computer speakers. Yep. Alistair decided he wants to come over and lay on my lap. Brave. I mean, it's not like headphones are going to make a substantial difference to me. I have tested to make sure my mic's not picking up computer audio. But that's about as far as I've done. Get bombed. Fuck, I didn't even notice they killed somebody. Oh, the double echo. All right. Hers, meanwhile, though, is like the worst mixed thing in the game. It's completely unintelligible. Okay, she's got at least max 80% charge and hypered. Wow. Wow, damn near 1800 damage. Dude, fuck me silly, that's nice. Alright, can we... Yes. We're to the point of actually being able to just... Fuck! How do I keep having people die? I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, they're level 14. Alright, Imogen learned a new ability, which... Great, Imogen's fine. She's not my problem. She learned a new trait, Genki. What does Genki do? Damage... Oh, damage plus versus a poisoned enemy. That's kind of nice. It's too bad she doesn't have any fucking attack abilities. Yeah, self-hyper. Ailment plus 50%. Inflict vulnerable or disarm. Yeah, she has one attack ability. Miranda is desperately in need of, like... There's nothing wrong with making a character that's primarily, like, buff or poison or debuff or whatever, but, like, it kind of sucks when they can't do anything else. Disarm. What does the other arm do? Alright, there's nothing down here. I think I just need to go into the castle. Save again. I feel like being able to save anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Poison, dark, evil. Alright, I'll just try to get poison up on people. I guess that's all I really can focus on. And just making sure people don't die. Alright, you tired of sitting? Bye, Alistair. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, this is just such a weak party. It's like a uniquely weak party. Are those status available? Yes. It's an odd thing to see. Every game should have the ability to inflict debuffs on bosses and regular enemies alike. And I will hear nothing else. I don't remember poisoning too many things in 9. I just beat that recently. Like, I know it's one of the least popular ones, but Final Fantasy II, one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy II is that status effects work on pretty much everybody. Like, you can run through the final dungeon and frog everything. Oh, god damn it. Like, I enfeebled them. And still in one turn, they all focus one character and she dies. I think they might virus... They changed the name in the remaster one. There. I've killed one thing. Maybe, you know what? I was trying to figure out like why I start taking more damage as the fight goes on, and I just realized that this probably uses the same system that Cosmic Star Heroine does, where everybody does more damage the longer the fight goes on.
Here you go. Bring it in.
Which would explain why I keep getting, at some point, destroyed. Whereas, like, on the first turn, I'm fine. Yeah, Shining Force, Golden Sun. That's the first thing I thought of. I'm getting tired, man.
Shocking, I know.
I know this game's only supposed to be a few hours long, but the length of these battles is honestly starting to wear on me. I don't know how crazy I am about the whole everybody does more damage the longer the fight goes on system. I'm just going to lower the difficulty. It comes out in 7 days, so this is basically considered like the finished copy. As far as I know, they're not doing like an early access release. But it is, the version I downloaded did list as like for beta testing. But that could just be, hey, this is just the pre-release build, which is why it's called that. Why do they have to be so big? That's just how Steam works. No, I'm downing a monster Palmer, basically, because it's what I got. You're barely worth our time, yes.
Hi, the king. Can't wait.
No?
Fine.
What? The king can't wave with his hand.
With this.
Oh. Thank you for sharing that awful joke. The time is nigh to take the stage. Yes. Crab walk out of here. I'm Ingenue Garnett, and we are the Stratford upon Avon High Drama Society. Time to close the curtain on this foul beast. You're slipping? Yeah, using the same taunt 2 times in a row. Why did you try to come up with clever sayings while fighting off nightmares? Sounds easy. We're the magic girls, and we're here to magic you into oblivion. Never mind, use whatever quips you want. The Nightmare Beast is impatient and attacks. You know what? Good call, Nightmare Beast. Just how Steam works. It's me. A bear from beyond the stars and from beyond time. Ursa Thulu. Let's see if we can stun it. It does not appear we can stun it. Cool, it can group poison us though. That's very not awesome. Alright, what can I inflict on with this guy? Actually, it's my best bet's probably just getting regen up on everybody. And I've got him poisoned. That works. Double poisoned. Alright, that did a not insubstantial amount of damage. We'll save the... doesn't have any specific weaknesses. I don't know if I want to burn my party heal yet. Okay. We back. I can probably finish him off within the next turn or so. That regen actually worked out pretty well. This will kill him. Alright, not too bad. Scepter Smash is more powerful, so their skills can upgrade. That I can dig. Beatrice gained a new trait, Cordial. New trait. The achievement's actually called Unbearable. The other monsters are disappearing. Take out the boss and the minions scatter. Look at the statue. The statue of Antigonus has become Antigonus himself. What? My gratitude overfloweth for the assistance you've provided us. Thank you so much. Brave warriors, let the town itself ring out in praise for your glorious deeds. I can feel the pull of the dimensional portal. It's time for us to leave. Bye! May your journey home be swift and uneventful. And then there we go, we met the other Paulina in another world. Was she identical like the other Imogen? She was ever so slightly more Shakespearean. That's about it. Her stats and skill set and magical girl form seem to be the same as well. Wish I could have met her. I would be completely freaked out if I met someone who looked just like me. I don't know how I'd feel about that. How'd you guys feel about that? How'd you feel about meeting like an exact doppelganger? Other than the obvious, would you have sex with yourself? Because the answer to that's obviously yes. It seems unlikely. Time for board games. Yeah, assuming that they're not there to kill you. We'll assume that they're functionally alike you in pretty much every way. But it'll be like one thing that's slightly different. Maybe it's a slightly altered version of our reality. Same people, but different worlds. Possibly, but I feel like there's more than that. Like our reality is directly influencing the other worlds. Exactly. Think about it. Characters that look the same as us, worlds based on plays in our world. There's a connection, I'm sure of it. I bet we'll figure it out if we keep going on these missions. Sometimes you just have to be patient, and the solution presents itself to you. Please focus, people. What about our next play? Does the Tempest sound good to everyone? Tempest is actually a good one. I like the Tempest. Well, that one is a magic island, right? That's the one. Some great ideas for shipwreck special effects. I don't know what I'd do. I'm almost like, it's so, I feel like I'm being boring and answering in the same way, but it's like, maybe not board games, but it'd be like, oh, finally, I've got somebody to do co-op games with. And then the other me would be like, nah, man, I got plans. And I get shafted by myself. Even in an imaginary scenario, I end up alone. I get to play the ingenue, and she has the same name as me. Make sure you're up for it. More importantly, Are we sure we're up for that? I don't want to co-op with even me. Honestly, you know, I used to play co-op games with my brother. I really miss that. My brother was an awesome co-op partner. Admittedly, I don't play too many co-op games anymore though, so the pet shop's doing a big sale today. Want to come? Been thinking of getting a pet. Alright. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that, like, I think would be... I don't even mind these scenarios, but I kind of wish it was more in, like, the Persona sense, where it's like, okay, you can totally blow this off and just go to the next dungeon if that's what you're after. They're also exotic. I didn't even know unicorns were real. They're indigenous to the city. Yeah, what? I don't know if the game's trying to be funny or if it's trying to imply that, like, there are weird things going on with reality and everybody's just sort of accepting them as normal. The pacing is, yeah, it is interesting. It's basically like a visual novel in between dungeons. Which is not the worst. Like, I don't mind, I don't entirely mind that. Is it okay with your parents if you buy a pet? My parents? I don't live with them, so they don't care. You live all alone? I didn't know that. They wanted me to get a good education, so they helped me enroll in Stratford-upon-Avon High and rented a house for me to stay in. Don't you miss them? Yeah, but it's nice to have more freedom. So what pet should I buy, dear thespian? A direwolf, Neko dragon, unicorn, or goldfish? I mean, it's me, so I feel like I've got to go with the cat dragon. Also, why Neko dragon? Why not just call it a cat dragon? But the goldfish is like the... I feel like the goldfish is the funniest possible choice. Yeah, Neko's a little cringe. But it's so kawaii. That hurt me to say. I can't enjoy random Japanese... Dude, yeah. It's painful. It's painful. It's one of the things that, like, I've talked about before with dubs. I'm going with the goldfish. Notably in, like, the Persona dubs. I've seen it elsewhere too, but, like, where pretty much, like, all aspects of the sentences and structure, and just general, like, attitude of the character, like, where it's localized, and they've done a good job localizing it, except for the fucking honorifics. And it's just very painful to me to listen to people like, oh, Ryuji-kun. Like, shut the fuck up. Anytime somebody tries to make an English pun with the KY, Kyoryu, Goryu, I just die because it doesn't work like that. Oh. Like you have to split, yeah, Kyo and Ryu. Yeah, like what? I can't even fathom like what pun you would make with that. Maybe just because I don't, yeah, like where I split it would be the same place you would split it. I'm gonna do it. I'm too dumb in Japanese to actually like make sense of anything, I guess. Kaio? Fuck is Kaio? All these amazing animals and you're going to pick a goldfish? What's wrong with you? Because it's funny. Oh god, that hurts. Kyo! Goldfish are not the best. Goldfish are terrible pets. You just buy them and they die. Cute and tiny and require next to no work on your part. Also not true. That's a recipe for a faster dead goldfish. Both are wrong, yes. Both are very wrong. Good morning, class. It's nice to see you all here. I'm the trigonometry teacher, Mrs. Sycorax, and I'm filling in today for your English teacher, Mrs. Lofgren, who is been missing since the beginning of the game, and apparently nobody's looking for her. Her precious pet zebra cobra has escaped, and she's deeply distraught, as are her neighbors, so she took a personal day to go look for it. Our thoughts are with her and little Zeeby during this trying time. Now today we'll be discussing As You Like It. Rosalind and Celia were wearing disguises as they left the court. Why? Yes, Paulina? They wanted to travel undetected out of the court and through the forest. Spoken like a true friend of the bard. They wore disguises because they didn't want anyone to know who they were or where they were going. I wonder what kind of disguises they wore. Next question. When Shakespeare used the phrase, poor dappled fools, to what was he referring? Please enlighten us, Imogen. Do you know As You Like It? Do you know what does poor dappled fools mean? My gut says the wild deer in the forest, but I'll bet that's wrong.
Apple is right here.
Going with deer. Final answer. The Duke Sr. wanted to hunt. Fuck yeah.
Glad I could help. I'm glad I could reinforce.
I appreciate it.
Apple is your turn. Oh, nice. I love it.
I see, that's too bad. What could have been worse? I've just received information that Zeeby the snake has been captured with only minimal casualties. Mrs. Lofgren will be unable to join us tomorrow, since she needs to take Zeeby to the vet, so be nice to whoever shows up in her place.
I get the sense that friend.
Man, I hope not. We'll just run through the whole teaching cast. Also, the next player is the Tempest.
Love the Tempest.
And it's interesting enough that it'll ward off any potential coup in the ranks. You ever played tennis? We should really get together and play sometimes. I haven't played tennis in years. Isn't the point system really hard to understand? No. No.
I feel like I was like, I was in the. There was like named Mateo. Came in to talk about his time volunteering at. I thought Mateo was cute. So I went for one day, and it was like with a bunch of 10-year-olds. They're all way better than me, and I got really self-conscious. Dad kept dropping me off, and I would just go to the playground next to her. That's my story. Good night.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your slice of life contribution.
Here for the slice of life moment.
You won the school badminton tournament in high school?
Good for you.
Dude, your school... Wait, hold up. Your school had badminton?
Love badminton.
My school didn't have badminton.
We have badminton.
I'm confident that my school didn't. I mean, she's not wrong. Love 15, 30, 40. It 1, 2, 3, 4 is like an objectively easier way to score tennis, but it was a PE initiative. My grade school had an NES in track and field, though. We had the pads, like the like. I mean, you know, okay. DDR wasn't a thing,
Yes.
but because
Grand.
I assume you've never seen a NES track and field pad.
Correct. I have no idea what you're talking about.
But think of it as a precursor to a DDR pad, only for a Nintendo. And there was no rhythm game. There was track and field. Yes. Yes,
Oh,
you
that's weird.
just run in place very fast.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Doppelgangers from the other. Are they friends? Are they foes? What do you think? I
Everyone.
think they're friends. Just roll with it. Earlier, I stuck something in B's bag. That'll teach her to make fun of my manga.
It is B.
What's with this grocery sack of acorns in my bag?
That's not B.
That's not even clever, Miranda. It's just weird.
I like Miranda.
You like Miranda?
Like the Luna Lovegood.
Memorizing lines ought to be much easier than fighting an army of demonic bears. Probably not wrong. Do I have any new... Okay, I do have some new abilities at least. You have a good night. Ooh, I did get some new traits. So it's nice to see there's a lot of traits I can unlock, but this also leads me to believe that that there's a lot more to the game. I feel like this is not like a 3 to 4 hour game, because I'm already at 4 hours. Granted, I'd be moving a lot faster if I wasn't reading everything out loud. Yeah, I don't think Alina really needs to begin the battle with Hyper. Cyclone damage plus area reduced. Interesting. Huge stat buff, though. I feel like assertive is probably more useful. Than just going hyper. And the stat buff is better. Fucking Miranda. Can I kick Miranda out of my party yet? Yes, I can. Oh my god. Rosalind, welcome back. What new abilities have you learned? Neutralize and Madness. Alright, I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break. Fighting demonic bears. Have they played Danganronpa? Yeah, also same. Yeah, I will return momentarily. Just don't want to take a quick 2-minute break. Yo, that's cool. That. Nope. God, I thought I had that for sure. Well, that is funny. That was me taking a drink of water. Looks like I'm deep throating an invisible dick. Wow! He's turned into a fucking Mario character. No. Wow. Wow. Gave black materia to Sephiroth. Wow. Well done. And then he just fucking nopes out. I see a bird, and I'm fucking triggered. Likes to live in forest, weak against fire and ice. Great. I have a feeling I'm gonna die now. After all this. I just heard the clip. The fuck off clip. I'm assuming it was, what game was that? Was that Final Fantasy IV? Was it 4 or 5? Whatever the one is where it has the wizard in it. How you guys doing? I'm back. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let me save real quick. I just hit. Oh, it just pulls. It literally pulls up the menu. I've just been hitting Y the whole time. I thought it would take me back to like the title screen. All right, I do want to check the tutorials real quick because I'm kind of curious about the ailments. Yeah, items are shared, I know that. Desperation mode. Okay, stun skips a turn. Disarm is a 35% damage penalty. Oh, it only lasts one turn. That actually makes a big difference knowing that. Poison is for the length of the battle from what I've seen. Charm only lasts more turn. Or only lasts one turn. Vulnerables take double damage from the next hit. Okay, and then I assume it goes away. Okay, I probably should have read these sooner, because this makes a big difference for how I play. Power affects damage of abilities, frequency of turns. Okay, ailment affects the infliction power of ailments and resistance to them. So potentially if I buff ailment, it also means my poisons do more damage. I do kind of like Beatrice for her poison stuff. But I don't know if... But Viola also has stuff that hits... I feel like this team works for me. Let me just double check her. Her abilities. Yeah, her stuff isn't super great at this point. But it's not bad. And knowing what I know now about status effects, that could make a big difference. Also, I turned off my big light because it was, I think, starting to give me, I think it's starting to move towards giving me a headache. Good job, everybody. This is going to be the best play ever. Let's take a break for now. So we have a 3-day weekend this week. Anyone have any plans? Ooh, let's go camping. There's some great spots nearby. Ghost stories. You'll never sleep again after you've heard my stories. And s'mores. S'mores are gross. Hot take. Sounds fun. Let's do it. Let's head to the grocery store to pick up supplies. If we split up the list, we can be done in no time. I'm gonna go eat all the free samples. Fine, we'll do it without them. Imogen and Rosalind, can you be in charge of snacks and desserts? Beatrice, Miranda, and I'll take care of dinner. Alright. You think this will be enough soda? Better grab a few more. Here, have a free cookie. No thanks, I'm full from lunch. No, I must insist. Take the fucking cookie. Seriously, I don't want one. Doesn't want a cookie, dude. Take it now or else. This isn't right. What's going on? Want to do this the easy way, but have it your way. Transformation. Is this going to be like a worlds merging kind of thing? Is that what's going on? Is this the plot of Mario Brothers? The movie? Not the video games. Bro E. coli. Alright, that's my favorite enemy name so far. Bro E. coli. I just don't like s'mores. Also, they're almost always made with like Hershey's chocolate, which is the worst. I think s'mores are mid. I'm also like not crazy about marshmallows. Why did I think that would be enough to kill them? Okay, they have the same resistances on everything else. But s'mores, ooh. Man, I hate to say it, but also not a fan of s'mores Pop-Tarts. Wait, what? How much? Okay, there we go. It's like, how much HP did he have left? S'mores Pop-Tarts are okay. They're fine enough. But like, if apple Pop-Tarts, wild berry Pop-Tarts, strawberry Pop-Tarts, brown sugar Pop-Tarts, maybe even cherry Pop-Tarts are unavailable, then I'll eat a s'mores Pop-Tart. And like the odds against that are pretty high. I think they're at least low tier. But you know what? That's why I assume that's why people come here, for my terrible opinions. It's definitely not for any other reason. I'm here to provide hot takes, and that's basically my function in the world. Miranda and Viola are passed out on the floor, along with all the other shoppers and employees. Monster must be draining all their energy. And I'll have your energy as well.
Shocking, I
It's clearly not for my good opinions, but I don't... What good opinions? Okay. Song's pretty good, also, as an aside. Mix 1 part sugar, 100 parts melatonin, sleep and enjoy. What? Okay. Okay, so we'll cast Regen on Rosalind. And then we can Unite or an Inferno. Big damage, okay. Now that I understand, like, the way vulnerability works, and that it just is gonna let me do double damage for my next skill, that actually took, that's such a massive revelation. Oh, this guy's dead anyway. Got his ass. Oh, what happened? I was eating the yummiest cookie and then nothing. It's interesting that they decided to do all of these scenes like none of them are animated, they're all just still images. Which, I mean, is definitely, it's definitely a way to, like, cut down on the amount of, like, scripting and things you have to do, because then it's basically just do the art and put it out there. And it still manages... It still manages to look pretty good. Never knew you could get food poisoning so quickly. Actually, what happened is... Missed out on kicking Monster Bot? That bites. Cookies were good, though. Thank you so much for saving us. Don't mention it. You're right, this is a great spot. Thought there'd be more people up here with the holiday. Last one on the lake, rotten egg. Hey, we still gotta set up the tent. S'mores are delicious. Marshmallows keep blowing up. Because you leave them in the fire too long. I like them crunchy. Alright, I do agree with Miranda on that. It's getting late. Time to call it a day? I haven't told any ghost stories yet. Do we have to? I don't want nightmares tonight. It's a rite of passage. You have to have ghost stories at a camp out. That's the rule. I have a greatest Ghoulie Ghost Stories book right here, ready to share with the group. I had a friend at volleyball camp who told me the freakiest story. She swore it was all true, too. Or I could tell a ghost story. It'll be really good. I thought you didn't like ghost stories. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean I can't tell them. Here goes. It begins with a kingly death. An ordinary thing, or maybe not. Soon after the king died, a ghost started roaming the halls of the castle. A ghost that looked like the king. Friends of the king's son told him about the ghost, so one night he set out to see the ghost for himself. And find the ghost he did. The ghost of the king then told him that his death was no mere accident. Nay, he was killed by his brother. This is starting to sound very familiar. It was up to the dead king's son to avenge his father. This is just Hamlet, right? And what's wrong with that? It's an amazing ghost story. Yeah, it's Hamlet. We've heard enough. Next. Ooh, me. It's my turn. See? There was this graveyard that was super scary. I'm talking so scary. And this one teenager dared another one to go into the cemetery late at night. The teenager went to the graveyard, and to prove she'd been there, she was supposed to stick a knife in the ground. So she stuck the knife in the ground, and then she couldn't move. A hand grabbed her from the grave, and then the guy with the hook hand killed her. Hook hand? What guy with the hook hand? And when her friend showed up the next day, it turned out that she'd stuck the knife in her own shoe and died of fright. Didn't you say the guy with the hook hand killed her? She thought that, but actually she just died because it was so totally scary. This is the worst. I've got a good one if you dare. Can't be any worse than what we've heard so far. So I heard this one from a friend of mine from China. There was this tour bus heading to Jingshan. I'm probably butchering that. A young man got on at midnight, along with an old woman. There were a few people already on the bus, all dressed in old-fashioned traditional clothing. The young man got a weird feeling about the other passengers, but kept it to himself. And suddenly, the old woman started to yell that the young man had stolen her wallet. She forced the bus driver to stop, let them off so she could drag the old man off to the police. The young man protested that he had done nothing wrong. Then the woman told him to look closely at the feet of the other passengers, specifically their absence of feet. The old woman explained that the bus was full of the undead, seeking to feed on unwary passengers. They both exited the bus and stood on the side of the road as it drove away. The young man thanked her, but then the old woman grinned an unearthly grin. She was one of them, and she just wanted the old young man all to herself. The next day, the police found the corpse of the young man drained of all fluids. And nearby, they found an abandoned bus with skeletons and a gas tank full of blood. Yikes. Sweet dreams. I thought I saw the old lady from Beatrice's story in my room last night. It turned out it was just my curtains and I transformed for nothing. Next time I want to choose the entertainment. Yeah, that one wasn't bad. Did the championship last night? Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Well, Serena was going up against... Doesn't this game have a runaway command? And the fuses have to ignite, even if they're wet. Hey, what are you up to? Nothing, just prepping for the play. But yeah, I agree, Lando. Stage will light up, all eyes will be on me, it's gonna be great. You know that Miranda gets relatively little stage time? When you've got as much star power as I do, little goes a long way. Thought it was gonna be a twist on meeting and Samara at first. Yeah, I was honestly, not bad. A nice, pleasant surprise. Aren't hold lists annoying? I'm 5th in line for the book I have to read for social studies. Then they buy enough for the whole class. Curse that expensive frozen treat machine they wasted all the school budget on. Don't say anything you're gonna regret later. You're right, I could never stay mad at you, Sorbot 3000. Sorbot, really? Yeah. Okay, class. Your teacher, Mrs. Lofgren, is stuck at home because her keys have been stolen in a llama home invasion. I, the amazing Mr. Barkin, will be taking over the class until she can convince the llama to return her keys. You're probably wondering what a computer science teacher knows about Shakespeare. There's no more faith in thee than in a stewed prune. Rest assured I was once a thespian extraordinaire and have been in many of the Bard's greatest plays. In fact, in the play that you're studying, Macbeth, I played the third witch. It was an all-boys school. And that leads me to my first question. What prediction about Macbeth do the witches make? You there, Miranda. You share your great knowledge with the class? Didn't they predict he would become king? What a delightfully lucky guess. You know, I saw Peter O'Toole as Macbeth in a production at the Old Vic in 1980. He was sublime. The way he captured the audiences at 10. How long is he going to go on like this? Ah, yes, of course. Next question. When the witches predict that none of woman born can kill him, what does Macbeth think they mean? Why don't you enlighten us, Imogen? Gonna help me out, dear thespian. Does he think he's immortal? I don't remember that. I think he just thinks no one can kill him. He thinks that means no man can kill him. Yeah, the prediction by the witches is very important here because it's the impetus for the entire story. When I was playing one of the witches, I imagine teacher drones on for the remainder of the class period. Okay, I was right. Hi there, goldfish. Must be nice to not have any responsibilities. Just swimming around all day long. You're getting really big. I'd better get you a bigger bowl next time I'm at the store. Almost time for tonight's performance. I better get going. Good boatswain, have care. Where's the master? Play the men. What's up, officer? Where's the big boss man? I pray now, keep below. Where's the master, boatswain? Do you not hear him? You mar our labor. Keep your cabins, you do assist the storm. Hey, good, be patient. When the sea is, hence, what cares these roarers for the name of king? Cabins, silence, trouble us not. The sea is fine with drowning us all, no matter how important you think you are. Get lost. Good. Yet remember whom thou hast aboard. None that I more love than myself. You are a counselor, if you can command these elements to silence, and work the peace of the present. We will not hand a rope more. Use your authority. If you cannot, give thanks. You have lived so long. It's a wonder you haven't drowned already. Gonna crash for the night? Oh, I will. I'm enjoying. Thanks for hanging out, Lando. I appreciate it. Always good to see you. And make yourself ready in your cabin for the mischief of the hour, if it so hap. Be a good boy and wait to see if we live or die. Cheerly, good hearts. Out of our way, I say. Cue the waves. Students are pouring out buckets of water onto the stage. Why, that's a terrible way to do it. And the explosion. Wait, explosion? We didn't discuss. The stage is now on fire. Rosalind. Now the audience is wet. I may have overdone things. You think? can't believe people actually stayed on after the sprinklers went off. That's the power of the bard, baby! But for future reference, no pyrotechnics, okay, Rosalind? You have to admit it looks spectacular. Do we? Do we really? Our new mission is from the world of 12th Night. The ship of the Viola in the play is sinking and they need us to help out. Isn't her ship supposed to sink at the beginning of the play? Yes, but through natural causes, not through eldritch nightmare beasts killing and eating everyone on board. The Viola in the play is supposed to be a shipwreck survivor, not nightmare food. Still feels weird that the victory condition is to have the ship successfully sink, though. We jump into other worlds. The worlds are based on Shakespeare plays that are being attacked by nightmare monsters. And then we transform into magical girls and save the day. When you stop and think about it, most of what we do doesn't make a lot of sense. Viola? She needs our help. Let's transform. Honestly, I think this game is sort of meant to be played little pieces at a time. Like, it's a bite-sized RPG, but it's also sort of like meant to be, I think, played episodically. When fish die, sometimes they become ghosts. Not even gonna argue that. Okay, so here's the question. Yes, the answer to that should have been yes. Okay, poison does not count towards vulnerability. Good to know. Miranda learned a new ability. Thank thee, lead me on. This is just like last time. The Viola in this world looks and fights the same as our Viola. This is so weird. Oh, my poor brother. Perchance he is not drowned? What think ye? He's probably already Monster Chow, but we might as well look for him anyway. Leave it to us. We'll find him in no time at all. Yeah, I think, I'm about at my limit for the night. Oh, I was gonna raid Eckerd, but he just finished Mystic Quest. Who's doing some cool stuff?
Her full name isn't yet.
Who can we give a nice raid to? Actually, let's hold on. What am I thinking? Who else is playing this way? This Way Madness.
Is that one though? Yeah, it's one.
I just want to make sure I'm not like raiding. Oh, this guy's further along than I am. Like by a lot. Shit. I don't want to like spoil the game for myself, so I could raid Kyle or B. B's doing Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, you know what? I haven't. Yeah, what the fuck? Let's raid B. I'm just getting sleepy and I'll probably finish this off tomorrow. But it's been fun. Been a pretty interesting little game so far. I'm looking forward to playing more of it. Anybody obviously new here, if you've hung out, if you've enjoyed your time, if you've found this to be a nice chill place to kick back, consider giving me a follow. I think we keep it pretty even keel around here. If you really enjoy your time, consider joining the Discord, following me on Twitter or something. And most especially, give some love to Zboyd Games. Add this to your Steam wish lists and all that. Support small developers. We need more bite-sized RPGs and stuff like that in the world. Not everything's in 90-hour epic, and I love seeing people do stuff like this. So, and this has been fun so far. I've enjoyed it. It's not especially deep, but it doesn't have to be. It's kind of refreshing. So anyway, thanks for hanging out. See you guys tomorrow. And have a good night. Take care of yourself. Stay hydrated.
Ghost? Hi, Nate.